It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and I'm sitting inside with 0 windows playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. How are you guys doing today? Hi, Money. Hi. I wish I could see the clouds. Well, you can't. Well, you can't, because I'm sitting here playing a game. I might take a picture of them for you later, goodbye. So, playing the second... How excited am I for this game? I'm not setting my expectations too high, I'll be honest. I've got my expectations pretty low. It'll be a low bar to clear for me to go, you know what, this was better. So, if they can do that, they can get like, I don't know, a medal or something. Oh, I don't know, we had a long discussion. In fact, we had long discussions yesterday. Why are we starting our Ace Attorney streams at the same time? Because we're both really cool people. That's why. Because you're a cool person, and I'm a cool person, and we're both playing Ace Attorney, which makes us doubly cool. Do you know how many cool points you get for playing Ace Attorney? It's a lot. Also because I literally don't play anything except Ace Attorney. I have not touched a single other game on stream other than Ace Attorney. It's I will after I'm all done. I'm fixated on it. I am fixated on it. I am determined. So after I'm done, I will finally play something else. But I hope you have a good stream, Altera. I do. I hope it all goes well. We're gonna have... Bye-bye! I'll see you on the other side, my good friend. So who can stream the longest? It's gonna be me. I don't know. Who else is streaming 15 fucking hours? I'm not having a long stream today. We did 11 hours yesterday. I don't want to stream fucking ages today. I want to just like ease myself into it with a nice like mid-length stream. And then I don't know how long Wednesday's gonna be because I'm going shopping that day. Moo Pie. I am not doing a 24-hour stream unless you pay me to do it, okay? I suffered enough on my 15-hour streams. You have to pay me to double it, okay? How much? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I still have this, but no one needs to know about that. Goodness me, I woke up. I had a decent sleep, I think. I think I should have probably gone to bed a little earlier than I did, but still a decent sleep. I've got a whole thing of water here. We'll what's it called? What the fuck was I saying? I got distracted and I just forgot every single word in my brain. Anyway, are you excited for this next game, chat? Because I know a couple of you are definitely excited for this game. Am I personally excited? How you were gonna do the 24 hours? No, I'm not gonna do a 24-hour stream, because if I did a 24-hour stream, then I wouldn't get to hang out with anyone. Because, you know, you guys would like go to bed and stuff. You sure? You sure I like the story? Oh god, I hope so. Please don't be boring. You're here for me and not the game. Oh my goodness. Am I that cool? Wow. Look, I might do a 24-hour stream at some point. At some point. But not until... I'm not doing a 24-hour stream of Ace Attorney. That'll be later. That'll be like, I don't know, a celebration thing, I guess. 18 hours if you didn't sleep well. Yeah. Fuck. Wow. Jamming Gantt case in one stream, that would be, well, that was a 4-hour stream. That was a 4-hour stream, a 8-hour stream, and I think a 6-hour stream? If I'm remembering correctly, that's how long it took me to do that case. I think that's how long it took me to do that case. Videos. Playlists. Oh, Phoenix Fridays Day. Videos. Yeah, a 4-hour stream, a 5.5, 6.5, making a 7-hour stream. Well, making 2 6-hour streams. So yeah, that'd be... That's like a 10-hour case. So that, I could do a 10-hour thing. 20 hours plus 4 hours to make food and chat and stuff. Yeah, I just pick my 2 favorite long cases of the games and then I just play them. But that'd be later. That's much later. That'd be like... That'd be, that I can do that. That's like a celebration thing to be like, whoa, you guys remember when I was doing this? Have I played Danganronpa before? Okay, so I have watched people play it. And so I know everything that happens. I've never played it myself before. However, Trigger Happy Havoc was on sale for $1.70, so I bought it, and so we will be playing it. I also plan on buying 2x2 when that comes out. Not that I'm particularly excited for 2x2 because, you know... Yeah, I'm considering also getting V3, but, you know. Because I do own a physical copy of the game for my Switch. That cost me a lot of money.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean.
Yes.
Those days in London seem like a dream.
Yeah.
But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
What the fuck is that?
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
What?
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. You know, I've missed these things.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Huh? I'm sorry. I wasn't, like, super engaged with that.
So
I was...
please, I ask for your guidance.
God, is the swan dead?
Kazuma-sama.
Did they kill the swan? Can't believe they killed the swan. Anyway, what's your actor? And so I know what accent that was? That was the main thing I was focusing on. What was that accent? Wow, 13th of August. Really? The 13th of August? Fucking... yeah. That was like... That's the day I did my 3rd ever stream. I mean, look, if Herlock was in London, it was in Japan, I'd be fucking surprised. He's got things to take care of. Wow, Sasato, I get to hang out with you now? I would be thrilled if you were any other person, honestly. Any other companion. Oh. Here I am again, after 9 months. This is Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Aw, that's good. Your dad's not dead. We were all kind of worried that would happen. Ah, good you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh, dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness! Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugen Nikotaba, Professor of Medicine at the Imperial Humane University. A man who, earlier in his life, travelled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medicinal science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Oh, you're adorable. Would I be correct in thinking you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father, and sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Silence. Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flustered. Oh, my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She doesn't realize who I am. Wow, trope. Let's see how our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh? What do you mean, press Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father. Ah! Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say anything sooner, Ray. No! What are you doing? What's going on? Oh, what? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she could be permitted to into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born in this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self out the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susanto, you'd go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be a lawyer you deserve. Oh, no! I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doubting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It's certainly helping to bolster my confidence today. Ray, I'm managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that about your innocence, which is why I stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. It means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh! Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There There's simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But, Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making our move now. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on the study trip to Great Britain, but 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. The court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membambi. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. She really does that. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are. Ready. Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is Utaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel. Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I'm Rutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. It seems Rutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Runosuke Naruhodo. Currently in Britain, as part of a study program. This is his cousin. That's right. Rutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them. Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused had to call him a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her... Oh, please, be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. So, purpose. But now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, Aiza want to flit. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. Wow, I fucking couldn't have guessed. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of the trial may very well affect the future of our empire. Wow, who could have guessed? Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel for the dock? Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you stand now, the same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colours. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Oh, you took it off. I like the way you looked. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will say the name of the victim. Whew, very simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, mine's a want to blank. It's no surprise. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under circumstances. Dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course! The court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst the key information about the case and the court record. That's right. Just use Eve to open the court record. Wow. People section, blah 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 blah. Thank you. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright. Check the court record. That's where the information will be. Post-mortem report. Jezebel Brett. Giselle. I'm just gonna say Jezebel because I don't think it's cool. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung. Ooh, horrible way to go. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extremosis pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Giselle. I know it's pronounced Giselle, but Jezebel is a cuter name. And frankly, I don't care. She's a murderer! I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Yes!
The name of the victim, who lost her life in this case, is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten by the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with their own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten the case from 9 months ago, but if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman student persona, was the face of a killer. Queen Victoria! Yes. No, a killer. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Japan. And it was in the midst of the delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Miko Taba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here in the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Yunosuke. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. Wow. What a fucking recap! I don't fucking want all this. And expose the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its councillor jurisdiction into play, and were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. How? It's been fucking 9 months! All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle? Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Oucher. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death, Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Well, that extraordinary depiction of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about a powerful motive. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. So the yoke boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami, son. You are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting! And tells the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh, no, Ray, be careful what you're saying. The motive was revenge, plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for a former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel. Membami-san. Yes, what is it? Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Rutaro Sasato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why the young woman accompanied Miss Brett to the bathing spots, to her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No! Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, Counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him go to you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying, but Father's right, we need more information. If I may, Prosecutor Algie. What do you want? A fresh-faced, young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot? My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are a very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing in the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted the permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me! It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions, seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying the undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it, then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond any possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses of the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Very well, then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Teksuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh, yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Yes, you, whatever the fuck you're feeling right now. Look, man, I'm gonna say that I don't feel sorry for you at all. Who cares, Kazuma? Who cares? Except so many people. Apparently so many people love you, Kazuma. Not that I give a shit about you at the moment. Strike that head of a samurai whose top knot had been cut, and the bell of culture and lightened tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle on my head. Observe the algae growth. You see? And you see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is this hope exactly? I said silence. Today, I face another Yokil student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will fertilize for the seeds of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides of the trial. Prosecution and the defense each has much to lose. The haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Oh my god, he's got a little turtle. Guys, he's got a little turtle. Guys, they gave him a little turtle. I love a little turtle. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Sup, Hasunaga? Oh, little turtle. Chief Inspector Sotaru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. A terrible disguise when you're in the middle of the city. I am, well, the next big thing in books, an author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat is a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't. It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even. Yes. Oh, Sup, Lucia, sorry. I completely missed your message. Hi. I didn't realize you'd entered. Natsume was actually the author of, from the time this game happens, and he actually did write a book named The Iron Cat. You know, that explains, because I'll show you the thing that I saw. I'll show you. Ugh. Which it actually explains part of the joke that of what I was looking at the other day. Because I was like, what the fuck is that book? I've literally never heard of that before. But that like, that explains it really easy. Image. Downloads. I found this fucking hilarious. It's just so funny to me. just play like the first 12 hours of the game and then completely abandon it for the rest of the franchise, and then we can go back to time in Britain was the worst was alive. That's great. Anyway, I think this was hilarious. It just reminded me of that because this was here and I was like, what the fuck? I've never heard of that book before, but now that makes sense. The train case, that guy on the train case. I remember the train case. Do you remember the train case? Oh no, there's Soseki-san doing here. Not Fontaine and Genshin. It's because you need the context of Fontaine, so you need Fontaine, so you understand strong heart. That's obviously what they're getting at with that. It's fucking hilarious. I did think it was I did think him being called Urlock was a fear of copyright. I did figure it was a copyright thing. Why chess? Because mind chess. Because Mupa, you don't understand. It's mind chess. It's the mind chess. You gotta play mind chess. Mind chess. Mind chess in his mind. Yeah, I know. Localization teams are much more fearful of copyright than the original authors are. I've learned that over the few years, like. Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from the time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although, he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. Yeah, he's not paranoid anymore. I'm happy for the guy. test for Inspector Hosonaga. That amazing outfit is hard to believe. Could you put on some pants, sir? Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Well, I suppose it's a disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make a more faithful testimony. You're a fucking weirdo! It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. And I say that, but you know, I say that with the most loving hand upon your shoulder. Just know that. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business would a writer such as yourself have been at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University. After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotaba. Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who study in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scribble my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in the newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He's practically threw that paper at me. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. And those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. How do I like cross-dressing Susato? I thought she looked cuter with the little cape on. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her. The detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, and Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Susato isn't boring, just misunderstood. She was boring throughout that whole fucking game. And I have a feeling she's gonna end up as a lot of other characters like her, where it's like, I don't dislike them, but definitely not my fucking favorite. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear up all of the members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But, fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... Yeah, I don't believe you. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Are you seeing a doctor, Inspector? Well, you do have something on your face now. Unsightly, I do apologize. If Von Karma tried the taser trick, Susato would never allow for that to happen, so she clears Maya. Okay, but Maya is fun. Maya's fun. Maya's way more fun. She gets. Nick, the firefighters just yelled at me. I was right. And then it's like, oh, Nick, aren't you just an old man loser? Wow, Nick, do you have like any hobbies at all? Nick, what are you being so emo about? I don't know why you're struggling so hard to just say that you miss Edgeworth or whatever. Like, I don't know, we were just kind of talking the other day and now you're mad at me? What the hell, Nick? Nick, I'm the one who runs this whole establishment. You're just the employee here. Like, I'm the brains of the operation and you're the lawyer. You know how it is. Honestly, speaking of the Von Karma taser thing, I do think it's way more fun the way that they did that in the anime. I think that was way more fun. But I don't mind at all. And like it adds to Maya's character. Come on, Nick. What could I ever do without you, Nick? I miss her. I miss her. Sasato was more fun. I don't know. Hasn't mentioned a children's media once this whole time. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Exactly, there is no children's media, so fucking who cares? Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a cartwheel from behind me. I ran into the beach hut once, where I found the pair in question. Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed, it does appear from the testimony that both witnesses have here present saw it. A single deep stab wound from behind. So she... Only a single wound was identified. Yeah. She was stabbed once! Zedius, don't ask questions we already know the answer to. Indeed, it would appear from the testimony that both witnesses here were present saw it. At the very moment of this man's crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, it was damning evidence. What have you there, Council? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eye over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately with her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you will kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved on the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant. Ah, no. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. So, have I omitted anything? Ray... In Ray's name? Ray... Membami? Nope, no idea. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. As a bright blue sky out. Ray. Mem. Me. I guess so. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I believe. I don't understand. The prosecutor ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Means. Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Rutaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright. I've seen this countless times as the judicial assistant, find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies and to prove that they're lying somehow. Don't you worry, Rutaro, I've already figured it out. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Well, don't you worry. I'm not even gonna ask you about that, because that's irrelevant completely. That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. I saw blood and blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. Will, what if I told you that's not true? What if I told you there was a single stab wound identified?
Objection!
With that accusatory cry that just welled up deep within inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here on the bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of this menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. This query was directed at Inspector Hosonaga. Her objection does sound way less prophetic than Unosuke's. Runosuke is just... Come on, man. He needs some confidence. He needs some self-confidence. Me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san, you claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly! But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim once, only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene just like this in the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there are certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. It kind of does. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment that she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike with its saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Well, you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. I am in agreement with the counsel. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back to where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yoku boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did I pull out yes. Going for the jugular. Hmm? What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. Truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect from this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not an iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, I will do so flawlessly. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excess blood loss. Until the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ah! This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true that what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge from medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out the knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal to Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Susato. Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issues with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I know it would be hard, but I have no idea it would be this hard.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and serious hemorrhaging. And a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when they act without thinking, the result is bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Man, the victim murdered.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this, fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please? Yes. Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Membami-san. What do I actually have? Oh, that's adorable! That's a very cute image. Oh my goodness. I feel bad for the swan, honestly. I wonder if the magnifying glass tool is like anything that will actually come in handy at any point. Because I haven't needed it at all this entire time.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant is in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in the testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the blade from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like this when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. Fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something now. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You must examine it in greater detail too. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record. I know how to do that. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in my hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail. By the look in your eyes, I see it coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Alright. Well, that's a picture. Alright. Oh, now you let me actually fucking look at it. Jesus. Cautious England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article in the back here as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Lab. From Yume's Medical Research? Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen. It's this morning's paper for that Soseki-san papers. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details will leak somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read the article very carefully. Okay. Following the lecture of Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it came to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contractions of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumoured to have been commissioned by the military. Impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of pupils. Pupil constriction was observed in both the victim's eyes. So it wasn't just she was stabbed with a poison blade. What does that mean, though? In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife off from the victim. What if it was poisoned?
Objection!
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Yoku not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the laboratory in Imperial Union.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. I would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without a just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article, where it says... I don't remember what it was. Why the poison's being developed. Yeah. According to the article, the development of the poison was requested by the military. Yes, troubling revelation indeed. Oh, it's very worrying. And yet, even more worrying. Is that not what it... Okay. How the yokel is trying to manipulate the court with nothing but more than words. But I feel sure Ray had a good reason for her actions. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I was going for proving how I know it was poison rather than why is it poison. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. That when the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison, it is rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life. The prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Oh, well that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking.
Objection!
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information is in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student would have done is wait for her medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly! Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko? I did not suspect the stolen poison involved. If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value to our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of well... Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was an extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes were constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree this is very compelling evidence. You yokel student and yokel professor. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Eugen Mikotova. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. Will you tell the court the truth about the details reported in the newspaper, please? It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know. The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I cannot say. Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of a secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence in my supervision. Father, a pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Bobby-san? You stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman. Miss Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join a little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who saw the poison. Oh, now, whatever do you mean? And then she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of our eyes had shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. Which left me only one possible way the poison would have entered her body. On the blade of the knife. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. You attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not what can be overlooked. Is not that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer, because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Alchi. Some praise is due, young Yoku student. What? I had imagined there would be no need to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. What kind of more damning shot exists? The cruelty in the air on the beach is most palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No, I don't believe you. Order, counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for the shrill scream that pierced my bottom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slower to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. I can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm generally lost for words. Wait a minute! I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Where?
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. Oh.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took the photographic print as was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's command. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it is fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced the print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yogo student, you babbling professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print is eloquently expresses. But the defense has already admitted to pulling the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim, and the scene it captures without a doubt is most compelling evidence presented in the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh, no. Susanto, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment when Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove it somehow. Well, you'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takasuchi Ouchi at a court of law. If I can't determine who took the photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel, Your Excellency, the burning question is who took the photograph, and the truth is... You think you have an answer? Because if I say I don't know, then we're not really getting anywhere, are we? Can we really say who it is? How would I be able to say who it is? Because this is like clearly a crack in the lens. And they wouldn't put that there unless it was important. Oh, this also has a crack in the lens. Which means it's the same photographer. I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with an answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took the dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. No, you can't possibly, but, as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Do you really believe you... However, I am able to present evidence. The defense is a piece of evidence that reveals the important details about the photographer's identity. Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Rakus England Returnees Law. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Yes indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens. What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at the photograph. Good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Attention!
Well, that tells us nothing! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Counsel. That's quite remarkable. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is the result of a camera defect. Obviously, this must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear in every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under the consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of the same camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular
Objection!
camera. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Aoji, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? Ah, that's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Huh? I see why they call you a raucous England return. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's many more. I tell you, many more. Many more. Subseki-san? What was that? Did you say many more? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from Shoyu News has been hounding me, following me at my every move. A reporter by the name of Rayton Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Now that he mentions it. Yeah. Could that same reporter be a camera on the camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right? There I am, stuck in the middle with Rayton Many Memo. So you're saying this picture was taken by Many Memo? Yes, my lord, my excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to this courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. As you say, Your Excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Any memo? Wow, part 1. We did it, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We can do this, guys. We can do this. We'll fucking do this. I know we will. We'll fucking do this. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Right? You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. Oh, fuck, 22 hours ago? What do you mean 22 hours? It's all... Moonpie, don't even joke about that shit. Oh my god. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone else found out. Jamoon, I'm not gonna skip the game because I know you care about it. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? that you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me till the last. I remember. And yet, I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato, I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's not good enough for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm sorry. Even I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side. I betrayed your faith in me too, and as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact is certainly struck home. Which is why I can more clearly say now. Now so, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be the gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing to the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However, it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw was true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think you should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on replay by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without the chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver it to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's just a newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from UMA Medical Research Laboratory. I wonder how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It's all the Englishwoman's doing. Where? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed in the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in, and without any compunction, said to the Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. So Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki's son knew about the poison? Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. There's many memos on. By the way, did the reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been there. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh. A known criminal would have been given permission by the authorities to base on the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. So he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steal ourselves once again. Defense attorney. Rutaro Naruhodo. Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. I hereby call this court to order. We reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Mendana. Prosecutor Alchi, you summoned the new witness. Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? Why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yuname University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent! I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out instructions, of course. I had the regent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would have been there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, Counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along the blade. Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call a new witness. First of all, I would like to have a look at that knife myself. It's a pretty knife. It's a very pretty knife. I would love a knife like this. Oh yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, isn't it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been a bit facetious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I am not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Very cool. Alright, we can continue now. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture the photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, then how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? A witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Write in many memo of the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journo. Oh, I got a journo? Only a good shortening of a word. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so, it was you who took the photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry. Oh, brace yourself, people. Many memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will laugh this up. You will set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-lane format for the morning edition. Huh? What? Then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Lutaro Naruhodo. Next! What made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Lutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma Sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Takasuchi Auchi. That's Takesuchi Auchi. The so-called dark horses of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear in every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy it. What? A witness. Yes. What the court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was believed and delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only less yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many memoism. Many memoism. Ah, yes. I remember your face. We met the day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right! That was me. Many memo again. And You were supposed to be going back to show you news officers after our meeting. But the scoop is I didn't. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words. A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my many memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right here. Here it goes. I should like to go with everyone to see the country's coast. A serious criminal going to see some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in press. So you mean to say you did intend to witness it firsthand? You did indeed witness it firsthand, the grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, many memos on. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed at the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see through inside. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor and stabbed her in the back. My smouldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera and ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked my lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? Right! You can see them clearly enough in this great shot. The hut walls were made of screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being that the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment that you entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photographs of a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust my lens of the camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime. Tenacity for a purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's a many memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No? Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for a reporter. Then why was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Beat Hutch made a shoddy weaves and old screens, so there was plenty of gaps there.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? We call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because, as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without a woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman. It's all news. That's not even many memoism. It's basic journalism. I don't think the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut. A sight that vindicted my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all clear as day.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san then entering the hut? Yep, and she was raging like my journo spirit. And the argument that you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it! I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. This student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. Don't say that, that's weird. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But these students' rantings fell on deaf ears like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. You really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper fell into got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film.
Hold it!
From where? Do you swear before the court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps we could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are! It's all here in my many memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on the stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair came to end up in the middle of the hut, angrily arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe as a grim crime indeed. And never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. By the way, many memoism, whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try and prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. Whatever that means. So, you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... I will grant the defense's request. Many memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there, only there as an observer.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap a shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. Most of the time, in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest you trust your instincts and press him on everything he says. If you've no doubt seen... As you've no doubt seen done many times before, you in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? I'm afraid I don't understand a word's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why a journalist who you'd decided... Why, as a journalist, you decided to not make the story out of the incident. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic many memoism. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it! That's brilliant! My burning desire to see something or other exposed. There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How, then, did you manage to take the photograph? Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice? Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you're doing. No, hey, Jono's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Did he just make that up? The point is, the witness risks his life and limb to obtain his photograph. This photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more that can be said. Is that an argument? Okay. I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. Claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. Well, that's the only thing that we've managed to reveal. Beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there's plenty of gaps to see inside through. Taking a better look at the pen. It's true, because it didn't let me do that beforehand. If we take the pen's lid... It's a gorgeous pen. I have always wanted a fountain pen. I think they're beautiful. No? Let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? It's supposed to be a little reservoir that holds ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong? It's just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. There's a very small amount of liquids on the side. Really? Oh, well, I have a feeling that's where the poison is. Our initials are very clearly engraved on here, and the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to the pen in her dying moments is a very clear message to identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in the scene. Wait a minute. Yeah, so it could be fucking your pen. You never spoken to her before? well, explain how these could be your initials then. Hmm?
Objection!
No. Damn it. Well, I think I'm on the right track with that, though. And there's another thing on the pen? Oh my god. There's some sort of emblem on here, look. But it's not a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose, a business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Jeez.
Objection!
Many memos on. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the armband of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more many memoism. Sadly, though, it seems that the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Many memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that Leona's initials are engraved on here. RM. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membame. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No. Rayton Many Memo, RM. That's horseshit! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Oh. Benny Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in the beach house?
Objection!
Why would we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing more but another excuse. Exactly! Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. And there must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in that sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. The clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Yes, of course, Your Excellency. The clue on the fountain pen that clearly reveals the owner's identity. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on the fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Many Memo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of Show You News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond? Order! Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before the grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. What exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl shoved her face into the hut. I couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we many memoists say, that people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting that transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but... one more condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I cannot speak out alone about this. I need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? Many Memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officers, summon the earlier witness back to stand. So Seki-san, hiding something. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Sitting on my clothes in a weird way. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses came running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about it in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim regained consciousness? Well, and when she did, you asked her a question? That's, true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? That what on earth could have happened in that hut?
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did! I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life. That's not the way I phrased it. In many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is straight as a ruler. Ask every question as you ask for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran in the paper taught me that. How did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Phew, that told me! So I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leaving every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize! Many memoists will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in with the scoop. And the fruits of your labour are all too apparent in this telling photograph, though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when the writer here asked the woman a very significant question.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Ugh! Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs on the water's edge and building castles in the stands, you see. That's adorable. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, with the little beach hut, the young girl's panic shrieking cries for help pierced the air. Ray? I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Posanaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan, a moan from a dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't say, she said nothing in response. But then in the stand, you will answer the question asked of you ambiguously. Now, without evasion or retenance, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was? He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labelled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stoop and moustache, because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, so Seki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised by his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Riderman? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. So Seki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first encountered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her any ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. So Seki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur, and just thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere in the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. That's very, very unclear.
Attention!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond any reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this is an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because the court can see there is no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear no one beside the accused could possibly have committed the crime. I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of a credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. And the headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer hopes dash. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Sasato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father! We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was standing in the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing to the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in the beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So, the gallant yokel students' luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on the matter. This is a crucial turning point now. I can't establish what really happened. It's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim?
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask that you postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? None exists!
Objection!
There can be someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. It's fiction fantasy! Very well, as you seem to be sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Rutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. I'm an Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? Are you suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What? Order? But student lawyer Naruhodo-san, Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed to the exact spot where I was heading to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear on that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will try to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut?
Take that!
Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. Aww. Okay, what else could it be? That was just my first instinct. Theory is correct, and the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from the outside of the hut. There should be a visible trace somewhere. Ooh, okay. On the hut itself. Aha! The split there.
Take that!
The original photograph print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is the trace of stabbing.
Take that!
Look closely just here. At the scene at the back of the hut, we can see the effects of a blade being forced through the reeds. No, I can't see such a thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present in the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Rayton Many Memo-san, it could only have been you.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of the Fast Hill scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, of course not. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett, but she just sat on the stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. So, have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of the person who was sitting on the stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on the stool. A stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, and then, unable to speak, she collapsed to the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Your silence, Many Memo. I take it that you don't deny the charge? This is absurd! That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant Membami-san is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. Oh, it can't be! The Couchy clan can't... What of my growth? My growth of hope! It wasn't just an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude the proceedings by... This is very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign of this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her body. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom, who stabbed whom in whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. Objection! But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade as Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During those very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. Oh, sorry, I hit you. So, let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense of this trial, turn out to be a headline making red herrings. Is that about right? I didn't mean to hit you, okay? I'm just holding the microphone, so I didn't... I talk with my hands sometimes, okay? I didn't mean to. Order! But where does that leave us? How, in this case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniable, obvious answer to that. The lady was likely imbibed in it. You mean she drank it? I have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. The bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked into the sand, onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have slipped in either. So, somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes! This will make a great front-page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. established. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given the person who established it. Was you! Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is a prime press photo, this is. It would seem that trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is! Let me get a shot of that magnificent beetle, Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis in which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many-memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it's slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Oh, yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, I got my goat. In the courts, we're going to punish Brett for what she did. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So, you admit it then? That everything happened as you described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. The court that bows to the presence of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap a bang in the middle of the charming lady's back. I plunged that blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there is somebody else who had it in for the victim and got here before me. That's right, you guessed it. The pretty little student girl. And there's a woman after her of my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journo here is off the hook. The argument sounds, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, the reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it is quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last! This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress, I'm in proving his guilt. Is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination of the trial. Yes, Your Excellency. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the poison's in the pen. The question is, how do I prove that? I don't think there really is a way that I can prove it. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Yes, I stabbed the English woman, but that fact proves that I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and Thomas English murderer arguing, it was my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, the logic sounds entirely reasonable, but there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If you could think of a plausible explanation for why he might have stabbed her after poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. Okay. In order to do that, I must try and glean more information.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously! That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. Unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, Yoko. Who knows? You may even learn something new here. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. What a day. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law is reckoning. That's not the kind of law that this court upholds. And you will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness?
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Miss Dr. Wilson. Yes, Dr. John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine invited from England by Professor Mikotaba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just cheered. Her case has to be heard by the British Council Court in Shanghai, however. There is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. She could see it. I really felt for her. I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray? Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of a very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But that awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted bigot! Dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing the contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would not be easy to ask to steal a highly secret toxin being developed by for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if the thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited the laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you say. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with the deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Many memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you that wrote this article about what you heard. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in the morning edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, you don't know what you're talking about? Yes, look at this. The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word. Well, many memos-san. As a Chono, and as a citizen of this free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many memoism. Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what this is all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on the record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficiency of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horseshit. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. And between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry, what change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Meni Nemo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be key here. The victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter. The reason to stab her. I'm really not young or anything. Cause I'm pretty sure it's in the fuck pen. But I can't actually like do anything about it. So how does the game want me to come to that conclusion is the question. How does the game want me to come to that conclusion? The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab them as well. Oh my goodness. So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett, then? Ah, the woman's very existence offended my senses of justice. Your sense of peace, claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right there on our entire empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice and put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty, and that's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions, then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a delight, though I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dark, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. I don't know how you want me to come to the conclusion, though. Following a lecture at Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, came to light that some very disturbing incident took place. Store poison had been stolen, blah blah blah. do you want me to come to a conclusion? I want to come to the conclusion then. This poison's found the blade. If the victim had willingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have never stabbed her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If you could think of a plausible explanation for why he might have stabbed her even after poisoning, I feel sure that everything could drop into place. Poison has a very telltale sign when someone dies because of it. Yeah. The whole, pupils thing. We know that already, and we've already talked about that. That's how we know poison was involved in the first place. It was administered in some way other than the knife, and whatever it was should still have traces. Well, we were talking about how it would have had to be in the glass or in the bottle itself. My assumption is the way he took the poison out of the room is through the pen. But I've been jumping. That's a gun that I have been jumping. This entire time. So I know that we're not there yet. But we have to provide reason for why he would stab her at all. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to stay on that one. If I had stabbed someone, if I had poisoned someone, what reason would I have to stab them? Even the autopsy cause of death was stabbing and not the poison. The reason that in the autopsy report it was stabbing and not poison is because the poison can't be tested by anyone except the university. And because there was hemorrhaging, and you know, big old fucking stab wound, they assumed because importantly, this is not a autopsy report, this is a post-mortem report, so it's done very differently. What if there was no stab? But there is a stab! She's been stabbed! We know for a fact she's been stabbed! If there was no... If they couldn't figure out why... Okay, so, like, if there wasn't a stab, though, then unless the police use this article as evidence, they would probably leave death as the cause of death as unknown, because this is a post-mortem report and not an autopsy report, so they're kind of just observing the body. stab did its job of making it... What? Of diverting the cause of death away from the poison? But why would they want to do that? You know, because, you know, it's easier to not... Because if we take the circumstances of how he stabbed her into question, it's easier to get away with it that way. But if poison someone would be no reason to go and stab the person as well. Okay, but how... How do you... Okay, but game, how do you want me to, like, communicate this, okay? How exactly do you want me to communicate what you... How do you want me to put down... How do you want me to pick up what you're putting down, okay? This is good fucking music, by the way. I'm happy to sit and listen to this. I'm not sure it's really helping me think, though.
Objection!
How do I pick up what you're putting down? How do I pick up what you're putting down? How do I pick up what you're putting down? Fuck me. How do I pick up what you're putting down? How do I pick up what you're putting down?
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Do you glean all the information from this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did! There can be no question of that. After all, when we were in the laboratory together, all we were told was that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
What are you going on? Where are you going with this, counsel? Any Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. Articulately, well, fucking whatever. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Manny Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, it's quite an understatement to say the only possible place it could have come from is my lab. So, and furthermore, anyone inflicted with the poison would experience telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's death had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it in some nefarious deed. Membami-san only being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of the telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, Rayton Many. It was you who saw the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered the poison to the unwitting victim. You quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison, and to that point it was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. The plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back to the
Objection!
But oh, what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison would take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of a new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effect of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes! I counter completely!
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? You pathetic, useless fallen samurai! Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? Oh, what do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all in here, in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what Show You News is famous for, its power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if the thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out will be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, Rayton Many Memo, a mere reporter from Show You News, couldn't possibly have stolen the poison from the professor's laboratory. Don't worry, Susato, I've already figured this one out. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is, there is one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have hardly enough verbal conjecture now. Thank you. What the court has must be shown as evidence. What proof do you have that the witness stole the poison the day in question?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time about 15 years ago now. Pah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush that and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Such a soup con of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in a blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel. It's into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write a little later. What does all this talk of sucking up ink? Then just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to inject it through the nib in again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Many Memo-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used this fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the pen up through the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened. True, we've never heard that there were procedures in place. We've heard that there are procedures in place to prevent thefts, like from the laboratory. But would anyone have the thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say. That for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by many members. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting... The natural conclusion is that your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted from you. You dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into...
Objection!
There could only be a number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when he, shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quick hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was so devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to an interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, this pen was dropped after the poison was filled. It had filled its reservoir, had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So that, what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ow. You claim I sucked the poison into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not the witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. Therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Many members, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I can call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is this bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody could check for traces of poison. Reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, many Memo-san, is all that it will take to solve the case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't! Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to do this. Trying to hold your head high. Fucking whatever you're saying anymore. Get the fucking name of justice out of your mouth, bitch. Susato, please help me. I'm there. Did I do it right? This time, that was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Rutaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the Regent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen? Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Mini Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journo like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into the hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all. As a reporter. A new killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face! Oh. What's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you just call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, is to free a press. To a free press. It's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the East, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back to the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I'd happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she had done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo's spirit getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. 4 hours? Yes. Huge improvement, honestly. Back to basics. It's great. This is... I like this introduction case way better than I liked the last one. Something about the last one was just horrible, but I was also just in a bad mood. I was in a really bad mood. I was in a really bad mood that day, too. There's no justice in the press. Sorry. After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in the courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up! That's what it was! A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have to see the justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Many-Men-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached the conclusion of this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Utaro Naruhodo. Oh. Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience in Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh! Naruhodo... Suk, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in our land. Thank you. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? Wow, what a final thought that is! Prosecutor Ouchie? I, Takasuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth. Not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living in shame, I will end it now with this blade. Well, that is the true path of Ouchieism. Ouchieism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my top-knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takasuchi. Aww. This is fucking ridiculous. Now, in regard to the defendant, Ray Membami. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you... Wow. Sorry, my father needed to talk to me. He'd like me to grab a cheese. Yes, the infamous going and buying cheese. We run out of cheese very quickly in this household, I'll just have you know. It will be time to buy cheese once we reach the end of this. It wasn't raining when I looked out the door, so it shouldn't be. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do, just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear, don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Oh, Jesus. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh, no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. I'm not allergic to yearly. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh, no! I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So, I would have to say that congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so sent-offish. Sorry. We're friends, equals! And the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Rutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray? At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else who we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, my goodness! No, of course not, of course not! There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Rutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Rutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never get to see him again then. What a terrible shame. What is happening? Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba. I don't... Dashing, so divine. No! Totally dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were the Lockham student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishing, astounding ace attorney. Name drop. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum. It was the unwitting student from Japan who found himself in London. After Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector of the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. God, don't worry, I love you, little turtle. I'm not sure you would be admitting. You should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I say. Just two, really. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I'm a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here in the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of the restaurant. And then on the steamship in Great Britain, of course disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. So, that didn't help you, did it, Cousin Summer? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had the most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Holmes well, of course. My arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine, killed here in Japan 9 months ago, must have been a friend and partner of Mr. Holmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I travelled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yumei University, but I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived to Japan. It said that you had collapsed with high fever, and you were growing weak by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after the long sea voyage, I found that you were fine. You in fine health, father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me. Do you reserve the most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply... Oh, hi. Any memo-san? So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle. No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama? What are you talking about? What does any of that have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he... Well, I didn't expect him to find him here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. Well, Judge, I've never seen you on your feet before. Any incarnation of you, really. I'm surprised it's even possible. I was coming to tell you of the rickshaw, and that the rickshaw had arrived, Eugene. And it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend. See, Shiro... Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance, Susato? Did you know all along? From the side of the Judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear before, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes! Having ruled on the case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go farther, sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. And well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. Did you think of my Seishiro sling? It's been a while since I let a man fly, sent a man flying. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikoto-san, Esquires. Could I have a word? Oh, of course, Soseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness student Naruhodo-san as Squire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And the next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikoto. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was in the very next day that he sent the telegram to you, asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But Do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I could never forget. Father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. The horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Fucked if I know what any of you are talking about, but okay. I'll come along with the ride, sure.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
I was so bored the whole time that I honestly don't remember. I remember one of the cases he was in. I don't remember anything about the other one. I was just so bored. Good, good. I'm so glad that my memory is serving me right. I'm glad that I'm not forgetful. Read the title of the next case. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. And then I had to go up, look up and look up Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and then I knew I did recognize the Kokoro bit. But anyway, I want to go buy cheese now. I want to go buy cheese. This is a good stopping point because then I can put her on the on thumbnail. Then I can put her on a thumbnail. I'll put her on a thumbnail. It'll be great. So, thoughts and feelings. Well, my bar was set pretty fucking low, so my bar was set pretty fucking low, so I am not wowed. I am thoroughly neutral, we'll say. We'll say thoroughly neutral so far. Thoroughly neutral. Thoroughly neutral. Thoroughly neutral. Yeah. hopefully it'll get better from here. There's nowhere to go but up, except that's not true, because you can always go really far down. Yeah, it's like I wasn't bored as much as I was with the other game, but it's like, yeah, like, this is your first case, like, I don't really have strong opinions on any of the first cases except where my biases lie. My biases lie. I'm biased. But we'll discuss that all when I do my case tier list after we play investigations. So thank you all so much for joining us today. Short stream today because you got your bonus stream yesterday, and so and I want to go buy cheese. I want time to go buy cheese and stuff. So you know, if I continue, then you know it'll kind of bleed into that, and I don't really want to do that. We're not doing a 24-hour stream, and I know that you guys love the idea of me doing a 24-hour stream, but we're not doing a 24-hour Ace Attorney stream, okay? We're just not doing that. That's just not a thing that we're going to do, okay? We'll do other things, okay? We'll do other 24-hour streams, just not this one. Yes, Moo Pie, that is kind of why I did a 4-hour stream today, so we could have more time to hang out, okay? Don't worry, I love and cherish all of you. So, I stream on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Australian Central Standard Time at 9 o'clock in the morning. I post Utao covers on the Friday. This week we will be releasing of a cover using my personal voice bank that uses my voice. And I also release my VODs on Wednesday and Saturday. So if you want to check out any of that, then feel free. Today we are rating my Yoshi, my number one Yoshi. The whole reason I watch VTubers at all, my Yoshi, because it's his birthday, so you all better wish him a happy birthday, because he deserves it. So yes, thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. So we will be continuing this on the Wednesday. I'm not sure how long that stream's going to be because I am going shopping that day, so I'll let you know on the day. And then we'll also continue Friday. Hopefully we should be finished this game by next week, and then we'll start investigations. And then we should be starting investigations by the 15th. That is my hope. So investigations will go into like Christmas stuff, and then I can make the joke title of Merry Christmas, Miles Edgeworth, and it'll be great. Anyway, bye-bye guys.